Icaray.
My name is Calliope, daughter of the sky god Zeus, and muse of much renown. Sit here, at my perfumed feet, as my poem unfolds before you, an epic that springs from the depths of the sea and finds its end upon strange shores. For this is your story, the story of Argonus, son of Argus the shipbuilder and friend to Jason the hero. Our tale begins like many a sailor's story before it, with tragedy and a lilting song that carries from one dark wave to the next. Awaken. Book 1. The Blight. A frozen scream is etched upon the face of bewitched Typhus, helmsman of the Argo. Never again shall he foretell the rising of black waves. This owl seems unaware of its preternatural perch, and unconcerned with the plight of a shipwrecked sailor. This isle is littered with such debris, broken reminders of man's folly. No craftsman could sculpt a child so lifelike, nor create that which now stands lifeless. The death that haunts this isle did not spare abundant with boughs of leaves. This mosaic appears to be made of limestone, and thus surprisingly light. The death that haunts this isle did not spare even a child from its sorcerous wrath. Light glints off this strange carved stone, half buried in the sand. Her planks broken and her floorboards shattered, this skiff offers naught but harbour to small fish. This statue is of Amphitrite, Queen of the Sea. Sadly, the goddess did little to hinder the decimation that litters these rocky shallows. The water that flows from these rocks would keep even the most stalwart from discerning what lies beyond. The chalky fleece of this ewe is wanting for a shearer's work.
May these words recount the strange toils of Argonus, chronicler and maker of maps, washed up on strange shores and awakened by the voice of a goddess. What brought me thus, kneeling upon white sands? 'Twas a fell song, carried from one wave to the next, until it met the faithful Argo and pulled her deep, shattering both bow and stern. Now she lies broken amongst sharp rocks, never again to bring men to great adventure. Oh, and what adventures! All that could have been and now will never be. They are as foam upon pounding surf. The fickle gods, the very ones to whom this sailor offered tribute, have scorned us, forsaken us without rebuke or counsel. They have cast me upon bedeviled sod and set horrors before my eyes. My brethren, the fabled Argonauts, are no more. Men I supped with just a day hence are now naught but pallid and sorcelled stone, to be ravaged by wind and storm. Indeed, I am a man of many sorrows, but shall I not press onward? For good or ill? Mayhap the blight that has taken these brave men has not overcome all. Though my body's weary, my brow feverish, I shall not abandon them. So says Argonus, son of the shipbuilder Argus.
This rotten timber is too small to be a yard for the mast. "'Tis naught but a fisherman's net, set so the west winds can reach its sodden threads. While man may have birthed this massive sculpture from the isle's bedrock, deep waters now embrace it as their own. This statue would appear newly struck, as the salt of the sea has yet to assail its stone. This hound was not spared the fate that befell the other inhabitants of this isle. Whether spooked or merely provoked, the stallion launches itself from the cliffside before mighty wings carry it far above the awestruck sailor below. Nearly 200 men high, the massive bronze soldier stands silent, enthralled by the euphonious song rising from below. Though salty mists shroud their form, there is no denying the women upon the rocks. For even from here, the lure of the siren's song is strong. Massive stone doors are cradled by the sheer cliff face, A semblance of Pasiphae, the immortal daughter of the sun god Helios, guards the entrance into this mountain. The bell-shaped flowers of this mandragora are common throughout the Isles of Greece. While the foundation of this temple is interred, the architrave and frieze of the entablature remains. "'Tis Palamonius, son of Olenane Lernus, whose bodily frame and valor no man could match. Long, twisted necks adorn the pitted surface of this stone tablet. This young woman, most likely a temple worshipper, seems to have been frozen in time. This child was not struck down by mortal ills, but surely by something that is beyond this world. This grotesque statue is that of Honorable Castor, skilled to guide swift-footed steeds. Finding a trinket such as this upon these shores, let alone within the boughs of this tree, must surely be a portent. The head of a once giant stone statue lies half hidden in tall grass and underbrush. While it appears to be chiseled from the same rock, this stone is set apart from the great statue that cradles it. Small ticks, like droplets of water, emanate from within this stone pedestal. The odd shape of this blue-grey stone gives nary a hint of its purpose. The stone drops neatly into the groove, and the great eye slowly moves, revealing a hidden passageway. An intricate carving of a fish betrays which god inhabits the temple beyond. This woman was no doubt on her way to pay tribute within the temple. Her last moments of horror remain etched upon her face. This carving is assuredly the work of a master craftsman. Ancient tome in hand, this priest was caught unawares and is now made of the same stone as the carved god behind him. While this woman was surely an attendant of the temple, she shall never again set evening lamps alight. Even the pious have not been spared the bewitchment that has befallen this isle. The shape of this stone tablet, embellished with detailed illustrations, would indicate that it is incomplete. Colorful tiles create an exquisite depiction of the sea god ruling his realm. This vase, portraying Poseidon and a merhorse, may have once held water or oil, painstakingly carved by the pious. Reliefs such as this can be found in any temple from here to Lurcia. Painstakingly carved by the pious. Reliefs such as this can be found in any temple from here to Lurcia. Unlike the unearthly statuary that inhabit this isle, this towering statue of Poseidon shows the workmanship of a master sculptor's hand. Unencumbered by the burdens of man, this mosaic depicts the gods both at war and at rest. This stone is bereft of markings, offering no explanation for the small depression set into its surface. The yellow light it emits is curious. The lovely purple color of this flower conceals its poisonous nature. An unseen hand forces Argonus from his feet and into a dense thicket skirting the stone path. A soothing voice murmurs in his ear, as the sailor witnesses the passage of things only spoken of in tall tales, and even then, in whispers.
Be quiet for but a moment,
the voice counsels. Once the otherworldly creatures fade from sight, Argonus pulls himself from the dust and gazes skyward. Before him, held aloft, is a handsome woman, replete with glory and power. How many times must fair Athena save one man? The immortal asks, her head tilted with uncommon grace, her eyes soft. Before words can form on Argonus's lips, she continues. "'Tis not a query to be answered so readily, sailor of the Argo. Shadows gather," she says. "There is a blight upon this isle. Have you not seen its handiwork? The flesh of your companions no longer flesh. Their bones, that of the earth." The woman's eyes drop. "I fear my own hand may have set these dire events into motion. For this, I will make amends. But know well, many of your brethren yet live, for I have seen them with my own eyes. Find them, Argonus of Crete, and as I did for your father before you, I shall provide a boat and passage from this isle. You have the word of fair Athena." Not a heartbeat later, the goddess is gone, and breath gladly returns to the sailor's lungs. The statue is certainly that of the hero, Oileus, peerless in courage and strong in spirit. 'Tis Phalurus of the ashen spear. His father, great Alcon, shall never again welcome home his prodigal son. No doubt struck by the hand of an Argonaut, the head of the Hydra lies lifeless, its flesh still warm to the touch. Hail, strong Erobotes, the son of Iris, skilled in the seer's art of seeing between the mortal coil and the dark veil beyond. Paul Canthus, son of Abas, never was there a sailor more eager to quest or raise weapons against a common foe. It is said that he was granted an enchanted weapon from Ares himself. Calais was a welcome comrade and could fashion ships to make trial of the seas with heavy oars. Taenarus has lost a great son in Euphemus. He was the most swift-footed of men, and was wont to skim the swell of endless seas. 'Tis the visage of strong Asterius, son of Hipparasius, who stood 200 of men against the Gagenes on the land of the Doliones. If not for its stone plight, this Methosian hydra is like the one said to have been brought low by Heracles during his 12 labors. This wayfarer's spear is both a formidable weapon and a sailor's crutch.
Blessed are those who chance upon this manuscript, only to marvel, perhaps in disbelief, that a goddess appeared let alone spoke, to a simple sailor. Whether for grandiosity or merciful boon, fair Athena has once again brought me from certain harm. Yet this time it was not from deep water's grasp that she pulled a drowning man. This peril moved quickly, set high upon slithering tails. 'Tis true, for I have beheld such. And what wisdom flowed from the lips of the goddess, parting to mortal man? Admonishment? Pity? No, naught but hope. Upon each honeyed word I clung, drawn to them as a moth to a distant light within a dark wood. Then a covenant was struck between fair Athena and this sailor. Find my stalwart companions, those who yet live and are scattered upon these shores. And though horrors surely await, she will lead us down gentle paths to a waiting boat and safe passage from this isle.
While the tip of this spear may no longer be fit for battle, using the broken spear, Argonus plucks the necklace from its roost before laying it about his neck. This necklace is not unlike one. Removing the necklace, Argonus holds it before the statue, praying silently that Poseidon recognizes it and grants audience to a weary wayfarer. The great sea god does not disappoint. Within seconds, marble shudders, foundations shake, and the heart of Argonus is quickened. The Lord of all waters speaks.
Who would call upon Poseidon, only to be found wanting of tribute or song?
Poseidon stretches forth his arm.
Where are my consorts and vassals? Look about you. You may seek them, but they will not be found. They have deserted me, forsaken me in this darkest of hours. And who has set loose the scourge that you have borne witness? Athena's puppet, the son of Danae and Zeus himself.
The sea god pauses for a moment, taking measure of the sailor before him.
Yet, even so, my anger is not fit to be laid upon the shoulders of my bondservants, let alone set upon one whose necklace bears my mark. Leave me to my grief and seek me no more. I have opened a way for you. Take it if you wish, or abandon it. It matters little.
The statue of the sea god turns his gaze away from the sailor and speaks no more. This stone is bereft of markings, offering no explanation for the small depression set into its surface. The yellow light it emits is curious. The snow-white owl is beautiful and strangely comforting as well. This young woman, most likely a temple worshipper, seems to have been frozen in time.
I have offered many a prayer to the gods of the sea, fervently petitioning favor while tossed upon great swells within dark storms. Yet it was not until my foot felt consecrated ground that any scales of disbelief fell from my eyes. Within my heart, I feared the very thing that has taken grip of the isle has rendered this temple nothing less than a tomb. For those who would worship here have succumbed as well, now the same ashen stone as those who pulled oars upon the Argo's salted decks. But within the midst of the dead, did mighty Poseidon, Lord of all waters, arise and speak, his voice a trumpet within sacred halls. Anger and fury rode upon his words, and a great grief followed close behind. He spoke of the son of Danae and of Zeus, whom I know from my studies to be honorable Perseus. But even with this discernment, how that hero is culpable for such great sorrows is, in itself, a great mystery. And though I paid no honor to Poseidon, nor did I bring him tribute or sacrifice, grace fell from the sea god's hand. My form was spared his wrath, and the rush of great waters grew distant until they could be heard no more.
Small boats, such as this, lie broken upon the sands of this isle. Driftwood or not, this length of having survived the wreck of the Argo, Agamedus, a brave comrade, fell to bewitchment and is now naught but a perch for birds.
Lord Poseidon spared neither the mighty Argo nor her oarsman Thanatos, whose once tanned flesh is now made of the same sharp rocks about him.
Here stands strong Coronus, warder of Ocalia and friend to all who put oar to Poseidon's dark waters. Now nothing more than sodden planks, this skiff is a home to small crabs and fish. A small opening, no wider than 2 shields, can be seen in the cliff's face. Of men who would share the toils of his brethren, none compare to fair Asterion. Never again shall this beast of burden pull cart or dray beneath a scorching sun. The blight of which Athena spoke has left a trail of sorrow in its wake. The simple robe of this man betrays him as the creature that appears on this tablet is well documented. 'Tis a harpy, as cruel a beast as the gods have wrought. Laden with empty barrels, this wooden cart sits idle, its heavy wheels resting in well-used ruts. This wayward pig is concerned only for that which will feed its large belly. Powered by the large blades, a heavy stone moves slowly within a wide grinder. This chicken wanders aimlessly upon the sod, as chickens are wont to do. The great Phidias of Athens himself could not craft a sculpture so lifelike, yet lifeless. The look of horror on this mother's face is a thing to haunt dreams, and undoubtedly part of a larger mosaic. This piece deserves additional study, as it neither man nor woman is granted mercy from the scourge that stalks this isle. Neither discarded coins nor any telltale markings can be seen within this fount. With a grunt of satisfaction, Argonus finds the correct spot for the piece of sandstone.
Argonus places the tablet onto the wall. The piece of sandstone fits snugly within the hole.
While placing the piece in the proper spot, childhood memories flit through Argonus's mind.
Argonus places the tablet onto the wall.
The bane of this isle has claimed both the young and the elderly without prejudice. The proper use of flint and steel is taught at an early age to every Greek child. This cart is in fine shape and only in need of an ox or horse. Uncovered food such as this is sure to draw flies. Based on the circumstances, it seems unlikely a family will ever gather around this table again.
Judging by its appearance, the stone pestle has seen its fair share of use.
'Tis a pouch made of sheepskin, complete with leather drawstring. This parchment appears to be a recipe of sorts and provides illustrations of the required ingredients as well. The sailor pulls the mandragora from his satchel and places it in the mixing bowl. Without fanfare, the purple flower is added to the mixing bowl. This sack likely contains grain. Or perhaps this hide has been set out to dry, no doubt to later be used as clothing or bedding. This shelf could easily accommodate additional vases and jars. Sadly, pleading for one's life will not deter that which relishes in bringing both horror and death. Clothes have been set to dry on this clothesline.
A few uninteresting items rest upon this table.
This large shelf is stocked with various vases and bowls. Poorly made wooden chairs frame an equally paltry table. A few distinct images, animal skins, have been laid across this small wooden bed. Small chairs have been set about. This small bed looks uncomfortable, even to a lost, weary sailor. Small bits of stone have been inlaid into this tablet, forming the image of several teeth. The form of a child, still in mid-stride, is no more than a lifeless statue within tall grass. Clearly caught unawares, this simply dressed man hinders entrance into or egress from this building.
This creature had nary a chance to escape its petrified fate. Although no fire burns within, this clay stove is still warm to the touch.
Uncovered food such as this is sure to draw flies. Having endured sore afflictions and beached ships, 'tis sad to see Arius, son of Bias and brother of Teleos. 'Tis Argonus, whose lyre charmed stubborn rocks upon the mountains, and the course of rivers. Zetes, the son of Boreas, shall stand battle-ready for all eternity. Much like her life, this elderly priestess's torch has not only been snuffed, but petrified. The eyes of this man appear as if pleading, begging to be released from a stone prison. Whatever prayers of supplication this woman lifted to the gods went unheeded and apparently unanswered. While impressive statues dedicated to the goddess Hera are not uncommon, the dearth provoked by the wandering sailor, the great statue of Hera moves, her unblinking eyes falling upon Argonus.
Who are you, Argonus? Historian? Storyteller? Map-maker? Of these things I have no need. 'Tis a warrior's heart I seek.
With that, the goddess turns away and becomes stone once more. This stone is bereft of markings, offering no explanation for the small depression set into its surface. The yellow light it emits is curious. The odd shape of this blue-grey stone gives nary a hint of its purpose. This shallow pond reflects tall stones, set about it as if to keep the water captive within this golden veil. The insatiable hunger of harpies is well documented. The beast's desire for gold, however, is not. This parchment is inscribed with 3 illustrations of native flora. Next to it is a pouch made of sheepskin, complete with leather drawstring. Flint and steel are inadequate to start a fire by themselves. A soft tinder is required to produce the flame. One can become extremely ill, consuming the berries from this black nightshade. Tireless winds blow past the form of fair Alcon, who was well skilled at inferring from sun and star the stormy winds. The stone piece appears to fit perfectly into the space on the wall. This parchment is inscribed with 3 illustrations of native flora. Next to each is a name and a brief description.
Datura, purple trumpet flower. Black nightshade, white flowers with berries. Mandragora, green leaves with red flowers. Near the bottom is a drawing of fire, and within it, a single word: sleep.
Heavy ropes bind the rungs of this simple wooden ladder. Both the leaves and berries of this black nightshade are dropped unceremoniously into the bowl. The bowl filled, Argonus crushes the ingredients into a pulpy mix, one that smells faintly of lavender. This simple bowl and accompanying ware are no. Argonus takes the newly created mixture and drops it into the small pouch. This pouch has been filled with a mixture of 3 strange, poisonous ingredients. Argonus places the ladder against the rocky cliff before driving the legs into the wet sand. Heavy ropes bind the rungs of this simple wooden ladder. Silver drachmas are not uncommon, but the scoring on this piece is unusual. 'Twould be more fitting were it found within Hades' temple. This blade, known as a GEFORCE, has been neglected. Its edges are dull, and the metal is rusted with age. Sword raised, Argonus calls upon Hera, praying the great goddess will reveal herself. The mother of Ares obliges the sailor when the statue slowly comes to life and stone lips part.
Argonus,
She says,
stand where you are and move no closer, for you are on holy ground. I have watched you from afar. I have seen your mettle. I have felt your anguish. Did you know that the gods feel anguish as well? Perhaps not for fallen comrades, but certainly for that which has been taken from us. Zeus's pets have taken to roost, defiling my golden orchard, which now lies fallow. I need but one warrior who would reclaim it. Reclaim my honor. Would the name of Argonus be immortalized thus?
Argonus says nothing and raises his sword once again. Hera nods even as the sailor feels her eyes move from his face to his chest, and then finally resting upon his weapon.
But this sword is ill-suited for such a task. Its blade is dulled, but I will grind it fine. Its tip broken, but I will make it like new.
Hera transforms the weapon, reshaping the steel with nothing more than a wave of her hand. As Argonus marvels at the restored sword, Hera reverts to stone, but not before a final warning.
Prove yourself, sailor of the Argo, and you shall be rewarded. Fail in this, and not even Athena can save you.
The statue does not move, nor does Hera appear within it.
Whatever has passed, and whatever lies before me, I shall never forget the commission laid upon my shoulders by the Queen of the Gods herself. The marvel of Hera's appearance alone would have rendered this simple man dumbstruck, if not for the tales told to me by trusted Argonauts. For I have sailed with men who consorted with gods long before my sandaled foot touched bewitched sand. They have set tall sails on dark rising swells that no other ship has traversed. They have gazed over wooden bulwarks at impossible sights and have seen the dust of vast armies hide the sun. Under starry skies I stood, beneath hero Jason's shadow, listening to their stories, fashioning maps of isles that guarded primordial treasures, archiving grand quests steeped in truth and bound for legend. Tales to rival those told in the halls of my fathers. But those things are beyond me now. Mighty Argo rests forever upon a strange shore, her keel shattered, her memories carried aloft by dark waves and lost to boundless waters. Enough, for today is ripe with troubles of its own. If the gods wish to make themselves known to a simple sailor, to call upon me with great labors, I shall be at the ready and face them as my brothers did, as an Argonaut.
The short sword has been transformed, its blade no longer pitted, its sharp edge made perfect for slash. Silver drachmas are not uncommon, but the scoring on this piece is unusual. 'Twould be more fitting were it found within Hades' temple. The eyes of this man appear as if pleading, begging to be released from a stone prison. Neither discarded coins nor any telltale markings can be seen within this fount. The mosaic piece that occupied this space is missing. Argonus drives the enchanted sword into the Hydra's mouth. But even using considerable force, the sailor of the Argo can extract no more than 3 of the beast's teeth. The statue does not. While impressive statues dedicated to the goddess Hera are not uncommon, the dearth of pious attendants is troubling. As if awaiting the first act of a great play, a circle of tall, silent stones surround Argonus as he reaches for the teeth of the Hydra. With a sweep of his arm, he tosses them into the shallow water, like a farmer sowing his field after winter's winds have faded. The ground trembles beneath the sailor's feet, followed by an uneasy silence. Then, one by one, skeletal foot soldiers rise, their stalwart shields bearing the mark of the very thing that birthed them. The undead warriors look to the trees and move as one toward the harpies that desecrate their branches. They engage the beasts with fury, raising sword and spear, staining the green sod below with splatters of red. After a short skirmish, the dogs of Zeus relent and are driven from the dense boughs and into grey skies. Victorious, the skeletons remain, ensuring the safety of the goddess's orchard.
Let it be known that while I did not sail with the Phoenician prince Cadmus, I knew one other who sowed the teeth of a dragon. Jason, hero of the Argo and burglar of the Golden Fleece. At a shallow fount, tall stones set about, and a great tree at its head, I stood, the teeth of the mighty Hydra within my palm. With the goddess's words in my ears, I raised my hand and cast my prize into the shallow waters. I thought myself prepared. Yet amazement and fear welled within my breast, gripping my heart. Skeletal foot soldiers, their polished shields bearing the Hydra's mark, rose from the earth and looked to the trees, whose great boughs bore the weight of the harpies, foul beasts who desecrate and destroy. But they were no match for the children of the Hydra. With sword and spear, the dogs of Zeus were driven from the fair glade and into gray skies high above. And so, by my hand, the grove of the goddess Hera was made pure once again.
This shallow pond reflects tall stones, set about it as if to keep the water captive.
Sword in hand, this skeleton moves silently beneath the trees, patrolling Hera's orchard.
Whether the golden skin of these apples was transmuted or grew as such is just one of the many mysteries upon this isle. Whether the golden skin of these apples was transmuted or grew as such is just one of the many mysteries upon this isle.
This skeleton remains, ensuring that the harpies will never again alight upon these golden boughs.
It takes naught but a few heartbeats for the statue to stir, and the mother of all gods to awaken.
Well done, sailor of the Argo.
Hera says,
You have driven the harpies from the boughs of my orchard. Their broad wings have taken them into the skies, and their lamentations are heard no more. And what is your reward for such courage? Gold that rests within your palm? Your name remembered in my great halls? Yes, it shall be these things.
the goddess says as she returns to stone.
But step outside this place and see if it can be so much more.
Gazing skyward, Argonus witnesses Hera's promise glide down to the earth upon wings of purest white. No doubt a gift from the goddess Hera herself. A noble steed with white wings and ivory coat stands waiting. The winged horse is skittish and rebuffs the sailor's attempt to ride the creature. Argonus has yet to earn the steed's trust. Golden apple in hand, Argonus approaches the stallion with trepidation. But the sailor's worries prove unfounded when the horse gently shakes his snow-white mane and accepts the gift. Sensing a kinship, Argonus straddles the great winged horse, and for a few moments at least, leaves the burdens of the world far below him. With neither cow nor ox in sight, this cart would appear abandoned. This woman could not outrun the horror that pursued her and transformed her flesh to stone. Book 2. The Burden of Thanatos. This simple farmer looks to have put up a fight, albeit in vain. 'Tis naught but the ashes from a spent fire. The handle and shaft of this simple shovel are made of walnut, its blade of pitted iron. The words on this parchment are difficult to read, as if they were quickly written. It is obvious that this man was trying to shield the woman from harm. Unfortunately, he failed. This man was attempting to crawl away from that which would bring him doom. The great statue of Hades, god of the underworld, lies still and dormant. This stone statue is that of quiet Fleece, cup-bearer of sweet wines, possessor of a lion's heart. Before Argonus can take another step, the Cyclops lumbers toward the sailor, blocking his way. A low growl flows from clenched teeth, its meaning clear. Do not approach the petrified juvenile. 'Tis a monstrous Cyclops. Many a tale has been told about these one-eyed creatures. This juvenile was not immune to that which takes man and mystic creature alike. As soon as Argonus steps from the shadows, the daughters of Four Seas raise their heads, their shared eye sensing his presence. One of the grey witches lifts her frail arm and gestures. Immediately, the world begins to swim, and the sailor of the Argo finds himself elsewhere. Argonus takes a single cautious step forward before two eyes, set like burning coals, narrow and stop him cold. The daemon's grotesque head regards the sailor.
Me, Argonus, son of Argus, thou cannot pass beyond this threshold. So says Hades, lord of the underworld. For just as many legions doth serve me, and obey my will, so too Thanatos obeys the will of he who governs the dead.
Enveloped in smoke, laced in poison, a massive creature bars entrance to the stone path ahead. A dreadful gaze from the daemon is enough to bring Argonus to a standstill. Razor-sharp teeth part as it addresses the sailor.
I admire thy tenacity, Argonaut, but only my lord Hades can command Thanatos to stand aside.
The owl cocks its head, as if listening. This stone is bereft of markings, offering no explanation for the small depression set into its surface. The yellow light it emits is curious. The great statue of Hades, god of the underworld, lies still and dormant. The great statue of Hades stirs, as if waking from a long, deep slumber. The god of the underworld looks about before his gaze settles upon the sailor.
Argonus, son of Argus, the shipbuilder. I have heard your name spoken within the halls of Zeus, albeit in whispers, and even then through mediary. It is said that fair Athena herself has laid upon your frail shoulders a great burden. And while she charges you to seek out your comrades, I find it curious that the goddess of wisdom would care so much about that which Hades governs.
The god looks away, as if seeking something that even he cannot find.
I know a great many things, Argonus. I know when each soul departs this mortal coil. I know when they enter my realm, and I know on which dark river they set sail. However, what I do not know,
Hades says, his eyes once again turning toward Argonus,
is why the names of two sisters are also uttered high upon Olympus. There is an object, an orb that can grant me such an answer. Who would be my steward? Who would bring it here, to my temple, to me?
Without hesitation, Argonus nods. Pledge made, the god of the underworld stretches forth his hand, and a helm materializes before Argonus.
Take this helm of darkness. Wear it, and eyes will be blinded to you. Succeed in this boon, and I will provide you with something greater. A way forward where there was none. So says Hades, brother of Zeus and Poseidon, ruler of the dead.
And with that proclamation, the statue shifts once more and becomes silent. Even with his keen eyesight, the Cyclops is nescient of the helm-wearing Argonaut. It does not take a chronicler nor a seer to recognize the women that warm themselves by the fire. They are the Grey-Eye, witches of well renown. Finely embroidered pillows rest upon an equally elegant rug. One can only speculate the strange purpose of such an apparatus. 'Tis fitting that an iron cauldron is found here, standing at the ready. With the helm secure, Argonus attempts to slip past the daimon. The creature, however, is not so easily fooled.
Step no closer, Argonaut.
The daimon says,
Didst thou think that mighty Thanatos is as blind as the Grey Eye? Lord Hades has made all things known to his servant.
The great statue of Hades, god of the underworld, lies still and dormant.
The great statue of Hades moves once again. The god looks down upon Argonus, but simply shakes his head.
'Tis not the helm I require, sailor of the Argo, but that which can show me things I cannot see.
Hades looks away and becomes still once more.
A large fire such as this offers comfort to those who sit about it.
With the aid of Hades' gift, the Grey Eye are caught unawares as the smoke from the fire billows, carrying the potion within its grip. It takes naught but a few seconds for the witches to feel its effect, and one by one, they fall into a deep sleep. This orb, so coveted by the blind sirens, is said to reveal both the past and future in equal measure. Argonus holds out his hand, and the all-seeing eye of the Grey Eye rises. The god of the underworld stretches forth his arm, and light, not unlike that of a moonbeam, engulfs the sailor of the Argo. Argonus turns, and for the first time since setting foot upon this bedeviled isle, bears witness to his bane. With naught but a simple gaze, a woman, her hair like a nest of snakes, turns one of his shipmates into stone. The other creature, distraught, moves between the two, pleading.
Stheno, this madness must end. How many more must perish to satiate your thirst for vengeance? Let us mourn our sister in peace. Let us return home.
A flash of anger crosses Stheno's face as she moves within mere inches of her cowering sister.
Never, Euryale. There is no time to weep or wail, nor shall there be. Not as long as a single breath forms within my breast. The petty gods will pay. Wretched Athena will pay. From Hades' heart I will stab at them. For hate's sake I shall drive my vengeance deep.
Stheno moves toward the looming entrance within the mount, but not before she pauses.
When shall my hate have its fill? When shall it be placated?
The woman whispers,
Never, Euryale. Never.
and with that, Stheno is gone, and Euryale obediently follows her sister into the darkness, into her madness. The vision falters, and the light that fell from the hand of Hades follows before fading completely. The god of the underworld takes measure of Argonus, and with a final nod, the statue moves no more, and the helm vanishes from sight. This orb, so coveted by the blind sirens, is said to reveal both the past and future in equal measure.
I have done the very thing that my brethren could not. I have stared into the loathsome eyes of the scourge and lived to tell the tale. 'Tis true, for I have watched in horror as mighty Cepheus, brother of Amphidamas, did succumb to its devilry. Those who doubt my sight, the apostates and illiterate, might say what I beheld was nothing more than a fevered dream, summoned from human frailties. Others would spout that the vision was a trick of the mind, a glamour to take hold of weak and hopeful fools. 'Tis not so. I know the thing witnessed by the sailor was neither feebled madness nor dark illusion. The form that death now takes, the very one that has brought the men of the Argo to ruin, is that of the dread Gorgons. Never will my eyes forget this, nor my heart forgive such great transgressions. My will is unfaltering, and I shall neither mourn nor wallow in my infirmities. No, I will bring a reckoning upon the heads of these creatures and the brood of vipers that nest thereon.
Apparently under some spell, the great eye moves about within the satchel, as if to liberate itself from Argonus's possession. Apparently under some spell, the great eye moves about within the satchel, as if to liberate itself from Argonus's possession. As Argonus slowly approaches the poisonous cloud, the daimon cocks his head, as if listening to a voice only one such as he can. Seconds pass before the beast turns his attention to the sailor trembling before him.
Never hath there been a time when Thanatos was commanded to forsake those souls he was sent to gather. And yet, this is the will of Hades, the one to whom I am subject.
Once again, the daimon looks away before finally letting his dark gaze settle upon Argonus.
I fear this was brought to be by thine own hands, Argonaut. For without thy influence, the Lord of the Underworld would not call me Hans. If I am to go forth, one must take my place. For if I cannot harvest the souls of those who remain between life and death, then the son of Argus must suffice.
Thanatos lifts a claw into the air, and without further explanation, utters a single word.
Menas ignis.
Argonus screams as his hand is momentarily enveloped in flame. Just as quickly as it arrived, the pain passes. As the sailor looks upon his new hand in both horror and awe, the daimon begins to dissipate, leaving only the smell of ash in its wake. Moments later, that too fades from this world.
Forgive this historian, as I find it impossible to fully comprehend, much less lay onto parchment, that which concerns the burden laid upon me by the daimon. It is as if proper words seek to evade me, refusing to form upon my lips. In the days that I stood ready at Jason's elbow, I can recount only one kindred encounter, one worthy of both bards and those who would gather at the poet's feet. Listen to this tale if you have ears to hear. We had brought mighty Argo to shore on Lemnos, the Sintian Isle, under the cover of darkest night. As our feet found dry ground, we were set upon by towering men, pale like the moon itself, and laden with sword, spear, and axe. As Helion, son of Helios, fell, mortally wounded in the grave battle, a great billow of smoke appeared, and a disfigured hand formed within it. That is when I beheld Helion's soul rise from his mortal frame and depart this world. And although my mind cannot hold fast to this new encounter, nor this hand that I now possess, Thanatos' last words of mystery burn like flame before my eyes. For if I cannot harvest the souls of those who remain between life and death, then the son of Argus must suffice.
The air about Argonus suddenly grows heavy, and without warning, a rift opens, and the favored daughter of Zeus steps through. Athena smiles at the sailor. Well done and done, Argonus. You have proved yourself much more than a historian, much more than a simple sailor. And now, I sense in you a new thing, the goddess says, tilting her head. Do not withhold this gift from those who sailed blue seas and grey swells. Nor should you give up on your brethren, for while many have fallen, some still live. Again, I say to you, seek them out and save them. For the ones that have brought them low, you have now seen with your own eyes,
Theno and Euryale, creatures of madness and spite.
Athena's eyes narrow as she speaks with great authority.
Gird yourself for what is ahead, son of Argus. Do not grow weary, for fair Athena is with you, and a boat awaits.
The goddess slowly nods her head, and without another word, is taken up into the sky once more.
Harpies circle high above the sailor, confirming his suspicions. Argonus carries something that the dogs of Zeus desire. The name of this woman, or where she was returning from, will never be known. Argonus holds out his hand and calls upon the power of the daimon. The statue quickly falters before collapsing completely. The terror that has a grip on this island has easily overtaken this man. Under his breath, Argonus mutters a prayer to Hades as the diamond's gift destroys the stone statue. This appears to be a note written on fine parchment. The great Phidias of Athens himself could not craft a sculpture so lifelike, yet lifeless. Argonus calls upon the power of the diamond, turning the stone statue into nothing more than dust. This boy was caught off guard and had little time to discern friend from foe. Under his breath, Argonus mutters a prayer to Hades as the diamond's gift destroys the stone statue. This wooden chest is adorned with silver embellishments and a simple keyhole. While the tip of this spear may no longer be fit for battle, it may still serve another purpose, albeit one more pedestrian. Book 3. Forges and Fire. Neither man nor woman is granted mercy from the scourge that stalks this isle. Unearthly power surges from Argonus's disfigured hand and into the statue. As it breaks apart and falls, the soul of the poor individual quickly departs this mortal world. Based on his posture, it is obvious that the terror that haunts this isle caught this man by surprise. Argonus holds out his hand and calls upon the power of the daimon. The statue quickly falters before collapsing completely. Without a sturdy hammer and tongs such as these, How would a smith bend iron and bronze to his will?
Forgive this historian.
The gaze from the griffin brings the sailor pause. Argonus slowly retreats, leaving the golden treasure be.
The remains of baskets are strewn upon the rocks. Perhaps these once contained offerings meant to satiate the beast. Gold can be seen, scattered throughout this massive nest.
During his adventures, Argonus has beheld many a fabled beast. None, however, compare to the majesty of this creature. Both lion and eagle melded into one.
A sturdy hammer and tongs such as these. These silver adornments have been left as an offering to the god Hephaestus. The visage of Hephaestus, god of the forge, has been painstakingly carved into marbled stone. His mighty hammer looks powerful enough to destroy or break open almost anything.
Marbled stone shifts as the spirit of Hephaestus enters the ornate statue shaped long ago by human hands. The god of the forge regards Argonus with unblinking eyes.
Who is this man before me? Surely not one who strikes the iron, nor one who stokes the fire. Nay,
The god continues, his brow furrowed.
they are no more, having fallen to that which fair Athena hath unleashed. Do not be deceived, sailor of the Argo. While it was Perseus's hand that sundered head from shoulders, the heart that drove the blade was assuredly that of the goddess.
Hephaestus pauses, deep in thought. When he speaks again, it is slow and measured.
I am loath to meddle in my sister's quarrels, either to directly help your quest to find your countrymen, or abate the scourge being wrought by the Gorgon's sisters. And yet, if you return the gold stolen from my temple,
and tend my forge. I will grant you a light to drive away darkness.
The benevolent god nods before the statue becomes still once again.
The note reads, Celius, the beast upon the hill must once again be appeased. Its appetite for riches is becoming insatiable. It is signed, Tallius.
'Tis a note written on parchment. It reads, Elhood, the coals were unfit for the forge. Take care with the wood, you let it burn too high. Dirt first, then fire. See Sophos the shearer for kindling. Leonidas. This appears to be nothing more than a simple basket, perhaps used in a... Argonus adds the golden apples he is... This woman, no doubt a worshipper by her garment, shall forever pluck at wild flowers. Unearthly power surges from Argonus's disfigured hand and into the statue. As it breaks apart and falls, the soul of the poor individual quickly departs this mortal world. Young Cepheus, aboard the Argo not but a fortnight, has succumbed to the very thing that has cursed this isle.
Knowing that nothing else can be done for his friend, Argonus uses the power of the diamond to release the Argonaut's soul.
No keyhole or handle can be found among the intricate. Despite a valiant effort, the great doors simply refuse to open. While the stone facade is unfamiliar, the strangely shaped hole is not. With a satisfying click, the keystone sets perfectly into the stone indentation. Despite a valiant effort, the great doors simply refuse to open. This statue is of Minos, the king of Crete, and son of Zeus and Europa. At its own discretion, the witch's all-seeing eye shifts, not once, but 3 times within the satchel. With heavy heart, Argonus watches as stone falls to the earth, even as the freed soul of the Argonaut rises.
Stone explodes outward as the statue succumbs to the gift that the diamond bestowed upon Argonus. As the statue crumbles to the ground, the soul of the villager rises and dissipates.
This pile of dirt is intermingled with bits of dark, cold coal. 'Tis naught but the ashes from a spent fire. Argonus drops the wood into the pit. There is nary room left for a single piece of wood. This necklace is not unlike one that was worn by Peleus. The flint and steel are inadequate to start a fire by themselves. A soft tinder is required to produce the flame. Argonus sets the shovel to dirt again and again until the planks are completely covered. With the exception of a large hole at the top, dirt covers the wooden pile, creating a simple kiln. Under the watchful eye of the Cyclops, Argonus frees the soul of his friend, hoping the beast understands the sailor's intent. Argonus approaches the petrified creature slowly, glancing back and forth between it and the adult Cyclops. When Argonus reaches the stone creature, he realizes that the adult not only witnessed him freeing the soul of the Argonaut, but must have grasped what could be done for his child. Raising his hand slowly, Argonus allows the power of the diamond to flow through him and into the young Cyclops. The adult begins to wail as the stone breaks, falling to the earth just as the soul of the beast rises and dissipates. His mission of mercy complete, Argonus turns toward the huge beast, his head low. The creature looks at him for a moment, before turning and slowly disappearing from sight. At its own discretion, the witch's all-seeing eye shifts, not once, but 3 times within the satchel. Cautiously, Argonus approaches the distraught Grey-Eye, their one eye held out before him, an olive branch extended. Before he can utter a single word, the orb is lifted from his palm, and moments later, gently comes to rest in old, gnarled hands. The sailor braces for retribution, but none appears. The seeresses merely sit in silence. Finally, the first speaks, her voice low and raspy.
This we have not foreseen.
The second follows.
Stolen yet returned.
The third continues.
A quandary set before us. A wayward sailor? Athena's puppet? No, he is more than that.
The witches become quiet once again, staring into a fire that they cannot see, pondering the fate of an uncommon thief.
We know not where this ends.
The first breaks the silence.
We cannot stop it.
Says the second.
Mayhap this one can.
Finishes the third. With that, the first grey eye lifts her hand and slowly draws something in the air. The world around Argonus wavers, and he becomes a captive audience to words once spoken between goddess and mortal man.
Come, my lovely Medusa. Lay with me again.
Oh, please, great Poseidon, I cannot. I am sworn in service to Athena. Oh, no. No!
Poseidon, you dare defile what is mine? And here, in my sacred temple?
Mind thy tongue, Athena. Yes, the Lord of the Seas dares. But what of it? Nothing you can do can bring me to harm.
Perhaps that is true. But the same cannot be said of this woman.
My goddess, please. Forgive me.
Athena, no!
As the words fade from his ears, Argonus searches for the witches in vain, wondering how a simple sailor can bear witness to such past events.
A large fire such as this offers comfort to those who sit about it. Argonus gently moves his disfigured hand, causing the statue to shatter into pieces and fall to the sod.
The great white horse recognizes Argonus, and within moments carries the sailor of the Argo over the gorge and into the grey skies above. The power of life and death flowing through him, Argonus reaches out and releases the soul of his fallen comrade. Argonus feels the power of the daimon leave him and enter that of his friend. In mere moments, the statue fails, releasing its stone grip on the man's soul.
The statue is no match for the power of the daimon. The stone shatters, releasing the soul of the Argonaut within.
Unearthly power surges from Argonus's disfigured hand and into the statue. As it breaks apart and falls, The soul of Argonus gently moves his disfigured hand, causing the statue to shatter into pieces and fall to the sod. Argonus watches in awe as he simultaneously destroys the stone body and frees the soul trapped within. Argonus watches in awe as he simultaneously destroys the stone body and frees the soul trapped within. Argonus shows compassion for the poor creature, setting its soul free from the bewitchment that fell upon it. The poorly constructed shelf is laden with bottles, vases, and foodstuff. This simple bronze key lacks any sort of embellishment. The great white horse recognizes Argonus, and within moments carries the sailor of the Argo over the gorge and into the grey skies above. The harpies circle high above the sailor, confirming his suspicions. Argonus carries something that the dogs of Zeus desire. Argonus sets the key into the keyhole before pulling open the lid, revealing its contents. The shape and color of this keystone is familiar, mirroring the one pulled from wet sand. These bellows are well crafted and certainly worthy of a smith's forge. It would appear a piece of the forge is missing. Argonus sets the bellows onto the stone and slides it into the hole. Argonus squeezes the bellows repeatedly, albeit in vain. The owl cocks its head, as if listening. Argonus puts his weight against the stone, but he's unable to move the statue even a hand's breadth. Without warning, the Cyclops appears, his single eye moving back and forth between Argonus and the broken statuary.
The docile creature wraps its massive fingers around the stone fragment and, with a grunt, moves the impediment aside.
The Cyclops bellows at the sky before fixing its gaze on the historian. Argonus nods with understanding as the creature wanders away. The sailor's merciful boon has been paid back in full. The shape and color of this keystone is familiar, mirroring the one pulled from wet. With a satisfying click, the keystone sets perfectly into the stone indentation. The final keystone placed, a deep grinding fills the air, and heavy stone doors slowly open, revealing a dark passageway beyond.
The surface of the stone shows circular impressions, but they are difficult to discern in this dim light.
Unlike Hephaestus's forge, this sconce is fueled by a thick, black oil.
The harpies circle high above the sailor, confirming his suspicions. Argonus carries something that the dogs of Zeus desire.
Not once, either within dream or vision, did this sailor of broad seas and salted winds foresee such a thing. Under a foreboding sky, my burdens were lifted for a heartbeat, carried aloft upon snow-white wings. Though his form I had never before beheld, nor was the beast yet ascribed to legend, a name entered my mind. Whether granted by god or goddess, I know not. Only a name, Pegasus. But should I find such soundless words curious? No, for this isle does not keep its secrets close, but displays them in such a fashion to make my forebears weep with envy. Upon these white sands, and beneath its dark shadows, wonders both fair and foul are commonplace, each fighting to fetter my heart with chains of great hope or utter despair. Shall either exalt in triumph? This I cannot say, for while I soar above gray clouds on one glorious winged stallion, there are a score of dead men below, pulling at my soul, crying out for vengeance. Let it be known that while I did...
The power of the diamond surges through Argonus, destroying the stone statue and sending the soul within it to the underworld. The statue is no match for the power of the diamond. The stone shatters, releasing the soul of the Argonaut within. Knowing that nothing else can be done for his friend, Argonus uses the power of the diamond to release the Argonaut's soul. Never did Argonus imagine that he would witness such horrors upon his friends, much less be the instrument of their salvation. Never did Argonus imagine that he would witness such horrors upon his friends, much less be the instrument of their salvation. Argonus releases the diamond's power, freeing the soul of his friend from his prison of stone. With heavy heart, Argonus watches as stone falls to the earth, even as the freed soul of the Argonaut rises. If not for its stone plight, as the hydra crumbles to the sod, the soul of the beast does not appear, nor does it succumb to Hades' call and depart to the underworld. Amidst the rubble, a large stone remains, unscathed by the power of the diamond's touch. With a simple gesture, Argonus frees the soul of the animal from its stone prison. The chalky fleece of this ewe is wanting for a shearer's work. With a quick stroke, Argonus removes a small clump of the beast's fleece. The beating of wretched black wings can be heard far overhead.
Come, Pellis, sit by the fire. Do not tarry in darkness, as it is only shadows you chase. Mayhap so, Nauplius, but is it not what is cloaked in shadows we seek? That which has brought all we know to ruin? That I cannot say, but ponder this. If fair Athena appeared before us, bestowing hope, would she not also offer protection? I know not. All that is certain is that a fear grips my heart like no other. Athena's promises do little to... Hold! What manner of creature are...
While this remnant has succumbed to wind and rain, it is unclear where the remainder of this massive statue resides.
It takes only a single strike of steel on flint to produce a fine flame.
Smoke pours from the kiln. Given time, the makeshift structure will yield a modest amount of charcoal. This pile of dirt is intermingled with bits of dark, cold coal.
Again and again, Argonus sets shovel to dirt, until all that remains are a number of coals. It takes Argonus a minute or so to remove the coals from the pit.
Argonus squeezes the bellows repeatedly, albeit in vain.
This stone forge is bereft of coal, and for the moment, useless. Argonus adds the coal to the forge. Argonus sets the wool into the forge. It takes only a single strike of steel on flint to produce a fine flame. Argonus squeezes the bellows repeatedly, fanning the flames of the forge until the coals blaze with an intense heat. Argonus approaches the griffin cautiously, glancing anxiously toward the skies before setting the gold-laden basket upon the sod. The beast immediately takes notice, as the treasure is simply too great to resist. After a moment, it leaves its hoard unguarded. All at once, the air is replete with the rush of wings and unearthly screams. The dogs of Zeus descend as one, intent on claiming the savory prize as their own. Although fear grips his breast, Argonus makes haste, quickly seizing several of the golden pieces before the unearthly combatants take notice. Like a hunter returning with prized spoils, Argonus holds the golden artifacts high, and the statue of Hephaestus stirs.
Well done, Argonus.
The god of smiths says, nodding.
While I will not interfere with that which has been set into motion, mighty Hephaestus can instruct. Can he not?
The god motions to the forge.
4 things are paramount, Argonaut. Coal for the fire, air to stoke, metal to shape, and a tool to shape it.
He then points to Argonus.
Sailor, historian, mapmaker, and soon metallurgist. Surely your father Argus would approve.
And with that, Hephaestus looks away and moves no more. Argonus sets the petrified heart of the Hydra before Hephaestus, prompting the statue to life once more, without questioning the intent of the sailor, nor asking for a boon in return. The god's mighty hammer crashes down, freeing the creature's organ from its stone prison. Certainly the heart of a Methosian Hydra should not reside in the satchel of a sailor, but rather in something more preternatural. The griffin's gold is set carefully within the forge. It doesn't take long for the soft metal to begin to glow.
A strong, steady flame burns within the confines of the forge.
As if possessed by the spirit of Hephaestus himself, Argonus brings the hammer down on the gold again and again, reshaping once beautiful armor into a mass of precious metal. Divine power continues to drive his strokes, as unrecognizable form takes shape and after time becomes something far more than the sailor thought he could construct. A light to drive away darkness.
No one would fault the sailor if I were to recount, at great length and with great detail, the clash of the magnificent winged creatures I have just borne witness. For surely, even a novice storyteller could lift and embellish the battle for Hephaestus's gold with great plum and ardor. Nor shall I speak at great length about the god of the forge himself, although I would be remiss if I did not mention the great gift granted this sailor. A golden torch of unquenchable fire. I shall instead speak plainly on the thing that begs to be brought from shadow into light, the very nature of the gods themselves. I possess neither need nor desire to debate their existence, for I have received both mercy from their hands and been found wanting in their sight. No, it is not their divinity I question. It is their motives. Why would those who rule on high choose to inhabit stone visages on an uncharted isle? Why intercede with a simple sailor, graciously offering burden and blessing in equal portion? While these queries shall assail sleepless nights long after I depart these shores, one chilling question cannot be ignored. What unseen power do these gorgons possess that even the gods would fear?
Firelight shines upon the stone, clearly showing an embossed design of circular corridors.
Unlike Hephaestus's forge, this sconce is fueled by a thick, black oil. Oil that appears to have never met flame, flares to life, casting a soft glow about the cavern. The oil takes a moment before catching, begetting a fine fire.
Milise file caparese. Come, Euryale. It is time.
No.
What did you say?
I will go no further, and neither will you. I won't let you.
You won't let me? You won't let me? I have had enough of your questioning, your endless whimpering.
Sister, this must end.
Yes, you are right. This must end.
What have you done, Thanatos?
What was required. Goodbye, Euryale.
It takes naught but a spark from the torch to give birth to a satisfying book. As soon as the oil catches, shadows begin a mesmerizing dance upon the stone walls. The oil takes a moment before catching, begetting a fine fire. The torchlit flame generates a small amount of heat, but offers little comfort to the wayward sailor. After a moment of concentration, Argonus unleashes the Daimon's power upon the stone minotaur. The beast crumbles to the ground, its soul never again to maunder dark corridors. The rock in the center of this room has seen the work of a chisel, as if prepared to be a support or stand. Argonus sets his torch into the oil, producing a bright flame within dark holes. As soon as the torch touches oil, flames immediately begin to dance within the brazier. As soon as the oil catches, shadows begin a mesmerizing dance upon the stone walls. This wooden door, its planks bound by iron bands, contains thanks to the gift of sight granted to him by the witches. Argonus recalls and recites the words spoken by Stheno.
Μίλησε φίλε και πέρασε.
As the doors part, the smell of blood rises to greet him. Rattled breathing leads Argonus to a broken form, half hidden against a stone wall within this dark chamber. When the figure finally speaks, a voice is soft and filled with pain.
Come no closer, Argonaut, else you be brought low like many men before you. Even though I, Euryale, refused to let my gaze fall upon them, I offer no excuses, no defense. My acquiescence of my twin Stheno has made me culpable for their deaths as well.
Euryale pauses for a moment, catching her breath before continuing.
I can, however, offer you something else. Something you seek. my merciless sister herself. Stheno has used an ancient stone to enter Hades' realm. There, she shall descend to the greatest depths of the underworld, and undo that which the hero Perseus set into motion when he consorted with the gods. Stheno shall free our sister Medusa from Tartarus, the dungeon of torment.
Euryale struggles to continue.
Athena was not content with the punishment Medusa suffered in life, so the goddess sent her there to live out eternity with the vile and the wicked. But Stheno shall not stop with Medusa's release. No. She shall rip wide the gates of Tartarus and set loose all souls, profane men and dreadful Titan alike, until the dungeon is empty and those it held spread like a pestilence upon the land of the living. For this is her vengeance against Perseus, against Athena, against all the gods, on Olympus and elsewhere. Stop her, Argonaut. Use our great horn to lure the mighty bronze giant Talos, for he can bring you to the gates of Hades' domain.
Her voice raspy and fading, the gorgon raises her head one last time.
Forgive me, Mother. Let legend lay a wreath of mercy upon my wretched brow.
And with that, Euryale, the penitent daughter of the sea goddess Keto, passes from this world and into the next.
I am a fool, wandering in a desert, muttering words of salvation and revenge through parched lips. Blindly I flailed about, searching for the blight that has overcome so many, and while each piece of the puzzle led me to water, I simply refused to drink. The Lord Poseidon himself revealed the first, when he spoke of the son of Danae and of Zeus. And while I knew this to be Perseus, I failed to recognize Poseidon's anguish was not bound to the death of his servants, but rather his lover, Medusa. Then the twin Gorgons, whom I had seen in a great vision, while protected from the effects of their dreadful gaze by the eye of the Grey Eye. Did repentant Euryale not say that she wished to mourn her sister in peace? It is now obvious that she spoke of dread Medusa, a woman that legend reveals fair Athena once cursed to wear a brow of vipers and turn men to stone. The goddess herself, when first met, readily admitted her hand stirred the waters of spite and vengeance. Now I see clearly that this sailor must do more than prevent the death of his shipmates. I must stop this dread ripple from becoming such a great wave as to pour unhindered from Hades' realm and drown all I hold dear.
The gorgon Euryale has followed her sister into the underworld, albeit on a different path. Forged in bronze, this large cog is well struck and extremely heavy. This isle is littered with such debris, broken reminders of man's folly.
A fantastic creature set at its crown, this wooden harp is a masterwork. Argonus strums the strings, producing a surprisingly melodic resonance. Made of obsidian, this stone is not only smooth, but warm to the touch. At first glance, this boat appears to be nothing more than a child's toy. However, upon closer examination, it is quite familiar. 'Tis the faithful Argo. His hand shaking, Argonus moves the model of his father's ship from shallow waters to the beach surrounding it. This area on the map represents the temple of the sea god Poseidon. As impossible as it may seem, a dim yellow light beats like a heart within this black stone. As soon as Argonus moves the stone to the temple, the room falters and everything goes dim. As the statue crumbles to the ground, the soul of the village arises and dissipates. Argonus gently moves his disfigured hand, causing the statue to shatter into pieces and fall to the sod. Argonus gently moves his disfigured hand, causing the statue to shatter into pieces and fall to the sod. As the statue crumbles to the ground, the soul of the village arises and dissipates. Argonus watches in awe as he simultaneously destroys the stone body and frees the soul trapped within. Argonus watches in awe as he simultaneously destroys the stone body and frees the soul trapped within. Both the turtle-shelled body of this lyre and its threaded strings are covered in sea salt. A sigh escapes Argonus's lips as he uses the power of the diamond on the statue that was once his shipmate. Stone explodes outward as the statue succumbs to the gift that the diamond bestowed upon Argonus. Once the stone is held within the light, the world around Argonus wavers. If the size of this gold-tipped horn is indicative of the animal from whence it came, the beast must have been enormous indeed. Argonus presses his lips to the horn. While impressive, the deep sound fails to draw out that of which Euryale spoke. The statue dedicated to Hades, lord of the underworld, can be found within the temple that this stone, though some features on this sculpture are difficult to discern, taken in its entirety, it is not. 'Tis a stone map of this very isle. While far larger in life, gracious Hephaestus inhabits a stone statue within a similar temple. Hera's temple, set just outside her golden orchard, can be seen here, fashioned of stone. Which god is worshipped within this temple is both curious and unclear. As soon as Argonus moves the stone to the temple, the room falters and everything goes dim. This woman was caught unawares, having been transformed to stone while playing for her god. Unearthly power surges from Argonus's disfigured hand and into the statue. As it breaks apart and falls, Under his breath, Argonus mutters a prayer to Hades as the diamond's gift destroys the stone statue. Argonus gently moves his disfigured hand, causing the statue to shatter into pieces and fall to the sod.
This grand statue would be easily recognized by any man. 'Tis the god Apollo. Argonus is unsurprised when the sculpture of Apollo stirs. After all, he has come to expect such things upon this enchanted isle. What does startle him, however, is how casually the son of Zeus dismisses him out of hand.
How is it that a mere sailor may enter my temple and approach Apollo in such a manner, his hands empty of tribute, no song upon his lips.
The god's voice becomes despondent.
Look about you. All things have been diminished. This sanctuary, once full of music, is now naught but a tomb of silence. I sense that you would require something of me. Yet you, a scholar, do not bring me the very thing which my heart desires.
Before Argonus can utter a word, the god of music turns away from him, but not before laying a pledge upon the sailor's shoulders.
Return with an offering worthy of one such as I, and the light of Apollo may yet shine upon you.
As soon as Argonus lays the lyre at the feet of the statue, the god of truth and prophecy awakens once again. Apollo appraises the gift for a few moments before the stone lips part.
Though its form is crude, and its strings are found wanting, you have done well to bring this lyre into my temple. And although these days are dark, it shall bring music where none could be found. I would appear a boorish god if I did not offer something in return for this boon.
Apollo says, gazing about, seemingly lost in thought. The statue waves his hand, and a heartbeat later, Argonus feels his satchel move.
Take this, historian, so you are forever with song, forever with music. Let it never be said that Apollo is not as generous as he is beautiful.
A smile forms upon Apollo's face, before becoming unmoving stone once more. Amidst bold heroes, none rose above great Admetus, who now stands bewitched within a husk of stone and clay.
Argonus releases the diamond's power, freeing the soul of his friend from his prison of stone.
Argonus sets his torch into the oil, producing a bright flame within dark holes. Oil that appears to have never met flame flares to life, casting a soft glow about the cavern. Oil that appears to have never met flame flares to life, casting a soft glow about the cavern. Argonus sets his torch into the oil, producing a bright flame within dark holes. 'Twould appear to be nothing more than an ordinary skull, if not for the small green glint in its eye. This shell was given by the god Apollo. When put to a sailor's ear, the sound of dark waves can be heard, above a faint beckoning song. Argonus sets his torch into the oil, producing a bright flame within dark holes. It takes naught but a spark from the torch to give birth to a satisfying flame. Argonus lifts the bronze cog, securing it firmly within the machinery. Argonus pulls the wooden handle, and with a groan of protest, the platform beneath his feet begins to move.
Fair Athena,
I have returned. Reveal yourself to me, as your servant awaits.
I am here, Perseus. Do not be afraid. Did you accomplish the task I set before you?
I have, my lady. The Grey Eye revealed the location of Hera's nymphs, who in turn provided me with the sack you see before you.
And what of the other labors?
I have fulfilled them as well. Winged sandals from Hermes, a dark helm from Hades, and from your father, a great sword.
Well done, Perseus. But even all of this will not be sufficient to cleave Medusa's head from her shoulders. A final gift, a polished shield of gold. Use it wisely, else the Gorgon's gaze shall be your downfall. Now go, my warrior, and finish it.
As soon as a torch touches oil, flames immediately begin to dance within the brazier. Entranced, Argonus moves unconsciously forward, drawn to the lilting sound of the siren's call. As feet sink into the wet sand, a familiar voice rises above the haunting aria. It speaks to him as a lover might. "Hold, my sailor. Go no further." Argonus is knocked to the earth as a rift opens in the sky, and a goddess once again steps into his mortal world, blocking the path ahead. The beckoning ballad momentarily fades from his ears, only to be replaced by Athena's words of quiet rebuke. "Argonus," she says, shaking her head, her eyes kind. "Is this what fair Athena has become? A map-maker's keeper? A deliverer of historians? You, of all men, know that no living creature can resist the web that the daughters of Achelous spin. The siren's song would surely lead you to ruin. For your sake, and that of your countrymen, I simply cannot let you pass." And with that, Athena, the goddess of reason, becomes a silent sentinel before a stunned sailor of the Argo. Freed from the rocks below, the remnants of a once great ship have washed upon the shore. With heavy heart, Argonus watches as stone falls to the earth, even as the freed soul of the Argonaut rises. Unearthly power surges from Argonus's disfigured hand and into the statue. As it breaks apart and falls, the soul of the poor individual quickly departs this mortal world. The power of life and death flowing through him, Argonus reaches out and releases the soul of his fallen comrade. Hoping that he has guessed correctly, Argonus removes the heart from his satchel and plunges it between ancient ribs. Sensing its master, the skeleton turns hollow eyes toward the sailor, beats sword against shield, and obediently follows. Argonus places a shell into the palm of his undead vassal. Though neither word nor gesture is exchanged, the skeleton turns and walks obediently toward the shore, even as the goddess Athena fades from sight. When the warrior arrives, the curious look upon the face of the siren quickly turns to horror, as she recognizes the god-imbued power held aloft within fingers of bone. The songstress's eyes grow wide as the fetters of her enchantment break, and her sultry voice wavers. In an instant, her baneful song is pulled from her lips and held fast within the shell. His great task complete, the skeletal warrior returns to its master, a powerful gift cradled within its bleached, outstretched palm. As soon as Argonus takes the shell from the skeleton's bony grip, the Hydra's heart within its breast shatters. Its work done, the warrior becomes quiescent once more, as if awaiting orders from the very gods themselves. This shield, forged long ago in bronze, bears the crest of the Hydra.
Once the stone is held within the light, the world around Argonus wavers. Remembering Euryale's dying words, Argonus holds Apollo's gift to the mouth of the massive ram's horn. The lilting song of the daughters of Achelous pours from the shell, spreading a grand, beguiling melody throughout the valley below. Within moments, the mountain under Argonus begins to rumble, and the sound of resounding massive footfalls can be heard over the haunting din. Although he has witnessed many events that no other living mortal has beheld, still Argonus's heart is filled with a terrible awe as Talos appears through the sea fog. Drawn by the siren's call, the bronze giant moves steadily, striding toward the mountain until its massive head fills the arched windows of the gorgon's lair. Before becoming completely still, Talos extends his hand as if in invitation. Mesmerized by the siren's voice, sensing a finality to his quest, Argonus does not disappoint the giant. With a deep breath, the sailor steps hesitantly onto the immense bronze palm. Argonus girds himself, as if bracing for the crash of a mighty wave, and great Talos turns from the mountain and begins moving once again. As the giant lumbers, far above the dark sea below, the air around Argonus becomes heavy, and the skies part at the bidding of his guardian goddess. Athena, once again revealed in glory, smiles as she speaks. Argonus, my hero, my warrior. You have done what no man has done before you. Yes, you are nearly there. But where you now go, fair Athena cannot. Do not lose heart, for my promises are true, and your brethren await you. Again I say, do not despair, for you have proven yourself time and again, and neither Stheno nor the gates of Hades' realm can hinder you. The goddess lifts her hand in a final blessing, as the rift closes about her, and she fades from view. Fare thee well, sailor of the Argo. Fare thee well. His heart heavy, Argonus' eyes are drawn upwards, where he finds himself beneath another towering mountain, a crumbling entrance hewn into its face. Talos moves his massive hand until it scrapes stone, allowing Argonus to climb down. His task done, the bronze giant turns and slowly walks toward the very sea that holds dear the heart of Argonus. Book 5. These Dark Shores.
Stand aside, Charon. I claim this boat in the name of my sister, Medusa, who wails in torment within Tartarus.
Only the dead.
So, Hades' undead pet will not yield to me. I say again, stand aside.
Only the dead.
So be it. It matters not. These black waters shall carry my vengeance hence. I shall return, boatman, with the hosts of the dead in my wake.
Argonus contemplates boarding the skiff, but then remembers that the ferryman to the underworld requires a payment for passage. Recalling the stories of Charon and the river of Acheron, Argonus embraces his plight and offers a coin for passage. The ferryman does not move, nor does he speak. Yet Argonus can hear a raspy voice whisper in his head, "Only the dead." Made of obsidian, this stone is not only This lever is nothing more than a sturdy leg. Argonus puts his weight against the wood. As the lever moves, great stone walls part. A few moments after the stone touches the light, the world around Argonus begins to swim. Argonus removes the buckler from his back and carefully places it on the floor. The result is immediate and startling. The shaft of light bounces off the reflective shield, and within moments, the entire cavern is illuminated by an unearthly glow. Although from this vantage only a handful of bones can be seen, there are, no doubt, many more that cannot. A length of heavy iron chain hangs, even pulling with all his might. Argonus is unable to free the chain from the wall. The rusted chain is no match for the enchanted sword. As iron links fold, a loud crash shakes the chamber, and the horror that was held captive high above settles on the stone floor below. This lad is none other than Leodocus, son of Pero, who in turn was daughter of Neleus. How he entered into this labyrinth shall now forever be a mystery. Argonus feels the power of the daimon leave him and enter that of his friend. In mere moments, the statue fails, releasing its stone grip on the man's soul.
I am a fool, wandering in a desert. Though these words may never reach the shores of Crete, I will not tarry in my writings, nor shall I abandon all hope. For despite my frailties, my foolish nature, I have found favor in the sight of the gods themselves, and one in particular, a goddess. Who am I that fair Athena would appear before me, clad in glory, full of providence and grace? Although I am but a man, she once again saved me from ruin. For I would have surely walked, beguiled, into the depths of the very sea I have pledged my soul. No, I will not abandon hope, nor shall I declare the lives of my fellows forfeit. For if a goddess finds me worthy of new breath, and declares my brethren yet live, who am I to question? Who am I to contend? And while she remained a steadfast bulwark in times of trouble, an idea formed within me. Though no mortal man can resist the siren's call, mayhap the dead could render her enchantment unavailing. From the mouth of a siren, daughter of the river god Archelaus herself, my undead servant drew forth the lilting aria. Thus a great labor that began with a beating stone heart and ended with a captured beguiling song was fulfilled.
As soon as Argonus moves the stone to the temple, the room falters and everything goes dim. With heavy heart, Argonus watches as stone falls to the earth, even as the freed soul of the Argonaut rises. Once the stone is held within the light, the world around Argonus wavers. As soon as Argonus moves the stone to the temple, the room falters and everything goes dim. The sailor of the Argo reaches into his satchel, removes a silver coin and presents it to the ferryman. Charon gazes upon it for a moment, then simply shakes his head. Before Argonus can offer protest, distant sounds rise from the river, whispers echoing off wet stone within the damp cavern. Within moments, new voices join the others, creating a disquieting chorus of shouts and cheers.
Join us, Argonus! Join us, Argonus! Hail the son of Argus! Argonus! He has freed us!
Argonus weeps at the words of tribute as the souls of slain Argonauts rise from the shadows, appearing before Charon, beseeching, entreating, almost as one voice.
Hail the son of Argus!
As the eyes of Charon move slowly from the spirits to the astonished sailor, Argonus's hand shifts once again, showing that within it, he holds the power of life and death. Charon gazes at the gift from Thanatos, and after what seems to Argonus an eternity, the ferryman relents, motioning the Argonaut to board. As he steps onto the skiff and Charon sets his oar to black waters, a sobering thought enters Argonus's mind. At first, it is a small speck, but it grows even as the sailor's eyes widen in understanding. Athena did not lie. She fulfilled her promise. She granted him a boat from this isle, but not the one he imagined. No, not this one. Grasping this great deception, a wave of anger crashes over Argonus, nearly drowning him in its fury. He who had supped, fought, and bled beside hero Jason, he who had sailed seas no man had set oar within, he had been played the fool. But even as this vile thought seeks to overcome him, to bring him to his knees, another appears. It is different from the last and whispers something new into Argonus's ear. Something far more powerful. Perhaps he had washed up onto these shores, a sailor, a historian, a map maker, and yes, the puppet of a goddess. Perhaps this was so. But has he not now become so much more? A hero in his own right, with a story yet to complete. Argonus, the rider of Pegasus, liberator of souls, bane of harpies, forger of light, sets his jaw, knowing that Thanatos' retribution must come to an end. And as he stares out beyond the Black River, tendrils of darkness surround the boat, and the underworld claims him as its own.
Spell it falls over me, carried on waves of blackest night. Dark waters rise over me. Your spell it falls over me. Unsalted wind beyond my sight. Dark waters cold call out to me.
Eh? What is that? The siren song? How? Argonus. No! No! No!
Now bend your ear one last time to Calliope, lover of Ares and muse of much renown. The story of Argonus and the gods of stone has been told in epic verse, and like the namesake sailor, I too must depart from this isle, putting aside quill and parchment. Argonus and his journey into the underworld continues, but for you and I, the curtain has been drawn, and our role in this grand play is at an end.